Thank you. Hi, everyone. We will be starting shortly. We're just allowing some time for tech to pull up the necessary materials for our next agenda item. Where's Dr. Brown? Oh, he's right there.
All right. Framed up. Okay. Whereas, and what forth and why not. All right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, Dylan Jackson. I was in touch with him the last 2 weeks during this water crisis. Okay, right. I gave him know where they got the solar welfare money. Yeah. Yeah. The former governor was all in that now. Oh, right. I gave you something about that. Okay. Wow. Yeah. Willie and I are working to get the national information through San Francisco in 2024. Okay. Tell him I'm calling him. I'm trying to set up the meeting he wanted me to have with him. He ain't returned my call. He'll meet with me in the new incoming chair of our office. Okay. All right.
Are you ready?
Who's the new chair? She's coming in December. Lori Wilson. She was the former mayor of Suisun, that city. What is that? East of the Bay. Sassoon City? Yes, Sassoon City, yes. Yeah. Sassoon, yeah. Sassoon City, yeah. I don't know what that is. That ain't no good. It's right over there below. Okay, okay. Sassoon
I know we're all looking for some. I don't think there are any.
What are you looking for?
A charger, like
Oh,
you need an Android charger, right?
yeah. I need a Blackberry charger.
Yo, 21st century. Wow. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So before we go into our next agenda item, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson so that we can reestablish a quorum.
Yes, Madam Chair, I will begin with the roll call, calling your name. Chair Moore,
Present.
Vice Chair Brown, Member Bradford,
Here.
Member Grills, present, Member Holder,
Here.
See, we're the
Member Jones Sawyer,
Here.
Member Lewis, Member Montgomery Stepp,
Here.
Member Tamaki.
Here.
See, now everybody gonna start fighting, you know?
Madam Chair, there are 9
tasks.
task force members, and the number needed for a quorum is 5. The number present is 9. Madam Chair, a quorum has been reestablished.
Thank you. Now that a quorum has been reestablished, we'll now turn to our next agenda item, which is agenda item number 7, discussion and potential action item, scope of work and outline of content of report 2, facilitated by Member Lewis and myself as the Economic Advisory Committee, but it will be led by these esteemed economists that we see before us right now, Professor Casey Campbell and Dr. William Spriggs. Thank you.
Just tap it one time. Tap it lightly. It's on.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to be here to kind of give this presentation on a very important topic. The expert group, which includes myself, William Spriggs, Thomas Kramer, Kirsten Mullin, and William Sandy Darity, have worked on collaborating with the advisory group at the request of the task force to come up with an appropriate framework to start the discussion on the calculations associated with reparations and compensation. And what we want to present today is a bit of a roadmap of what exactly the expert group has been working on, and to provide different elements of the calculations associated with specific dollar amounts in some cases that are rough estimates, and also to provide a kind of wish list associated with data that we might need as we refine and continue to calculate these different numbers. So firstly, we wanted to start off by saying, when we approach this as a group, we look specifically at 2 frameworks or models that we could go through. And these 2 frameworks or models were vetted, and we went through the process here with the task force of allowing us to figure out which particular method we should continue to calculate and use as a compensatory framework for reparations. So I wanted to kind of go through those right now. The first model that we started really digging into, and is our primary model, is the harms or atrocity model, is what we're referring to it as. The second model, that which we'll talk about very briefly today also, is the national reparation model, because it will provide some framework for the task force to think about other elements associated with the extractive institution of slavery. So just some very important framing questions that we had that we wanted to bring up at the forefront that we thought about before we started calculating was, we needed to be very clear on what exactly are the damage timeframes. And this becomes very important when we start to prioritize Black descendants of persons enslaved in the United States. And we'll ask the task force for leadership and feedback associated with these timeframes as we present the calculations. Another element, framing question that we had that we think is very important also is what will a California residency requirement look like and how it will be determined? Again, we're looking to the task force for leadership associated with that, since it can in fact affect some of our calculations. And even though we have rough estimates today, as you give us feedback, the process is one that will continue to be refined. We also have, in some cases, we have presented as best as possible good years for the beginning of a harm or atrocity, but that is also dialogue that we'll get from the task force and direction as we start to look at these different categories of harm. Finally, one other framing question that we had is how exactly reparations will be paid and measured. And we will provide a sort of roadmap to calculating some of these. But as I said earlier, we will need data and some help as we try to get, cleaner numbers as we progress. So I'll dig firstly into probably the model that has been co-signed by all of the expert team, I should say, and has our full support in terms of an appropriate framework to calculate reparations or compensation. And this is the harms or atrocity calculation model. So to begin, the group has identified 5 harms or atrocities. And I think at the last meeting, as we brainstormed together with the task force, there were 13, including another category. So as the expert group has looked at data, as we have looked at appropriate mechanisms for calculating harms or atrocities, the 5 groups that I'm going to present is what we have now, given the amount of data that we have available. This is not to say other atrocities or harms are not important if you don't hear them here. And this is also not to say that this list is exhaustive. As soon or if we get better data or more recent data, then we can in fact go through the process of figuring out what these look like. So I'll identify the 5 areas and give you an idea of what we have come up with in terms of calculations. So the 5 areas we have pinpointed is firstly, unjust property takings by eminent domain. And we'll highlight what we've been thinking about and data requirements as we progress. The other category that we will and want to be able to quantify explicitly, especially in the first round, is the devaluation of Black businesses. A very important category, and we do have some rough estimates on this, will be housing discrimination and houselessness as an appropriate category for reparations and compensation of damages. We will also be looking at the disproportionate Black mass incarceration and over-policing, and we do have rough estimates associated with what reparations and compensation should look like. Finally, we have operationalized and calculated a harm or atrocity category in the form of health harms that will show you what we have thought about, and we also do have rough estimates associated with that. So our process has been, one, a lot of feedback with the task force and the advisory group. So we want to be able to select the appropriate atrocities that we can calculate. We want to provide an appropriate time frame, given that this task force has a date to publish this report. So we want to make sure we have provide a period of suggestion to the time for time frame. There are some data requests from the DOJ that we have listed here that we will require to refine our numbers. We will quantify the harms within the range that have been identified. Some we already have rough estimates. And of course, the framework is one based on feedback and approval from the task force as we present these different steps as we go through. So I'm gonna move forward to the next page to kind of give you an idea of what we have been doing and calculations we've been doing for each atrocity that I just identified. And the first one I want to start with is the concept of unjust property takings. And the expert group has taken some time to figure out how best can we provide a quantitative measure associated with this. And one of the things that we started to look at is when we get a sense of the unjust movements of those settlements of Black communities, we wanted to be able to identify specifically what these particular activities were. Was it a convention center? We have examples like Bruce's Beach for different types of activities that took place in California that displaced Black communities. And once we get a sense of that, because we don't have a rough estimate for this, because there's some data requirements, once we get a rough sense, we can look at differences overall in the value associated with the from and the to. And in most cases with these unjust property takings, the from, the particular area that Black communities were uprooted from and dragged from, is in fact worth more than where they are or where they were relocated. And that difference is in fact a damage. And that's what we want to be able to identify. So we do need to even begin this process, we have a general idea associated with how exactly we're going to look at these different property takings, but we have some data requirements that we have listed here to give us a more refined number. I could go through some of them fairly quickly. We want to be able to identify market prices for properties that are associated with unjust property takings. We need to be able to identify equity value of Black and white homes in California, because again, that difference allows for us to calculate harms. We also identified that there were some, it might not be a transfer from residential to residential, but there might be big, like a community, a convention center, or LAX, or the County Museum that display, or a freeway that. So we wanted to have an idea of who lost their property and what were they paid for their property, so that we can get a sense of today, what exactly is that loss associated with that movement? Same thing with the bridges, transportation networks, water systems. So the list is quite expansive when we talk about unjust property takings. It's not just residential damages or residential movements in terms of what we were seeking to calculate. You want to expand on? Okay. Now, the second atrocity that we really need to delve into is the devaluation of Black businesses. And one way we wanted to operationalize that was through lost profits. When we look at differences overall in the startup of capital for Black businesses, operation of Black businesses, in the customer base, or how exactly revenue is earned in Black businesses, this is significantly suppressed. And we wanted to be able to get a sense of the damages associated with this. We don't have rough estimate yet, because again, we do need some data to be able to figure out what exactly this will look like. And it will differ from sector to sector. So the tech sector will be very different from apparel or any other sort of different business sector. So we wanted to be able to disaggregate this by sector as much as possible. So again, we have a list to help us to start the calculations or the data requirement for rough estimates of the valuation of Black businesses, which is an important aspect of calculating compensatory damages and reparations in this framework. Now I'll move to the other category that we have done quite a bit of work on and do have rough estimates on, and I'll outline our methodology. And this is the atrocity or harm that's labeled as housing discrimination did quite a bit of work on this particular category and identified a time frame that we thought was suitable to capture these losses. So the time frame identified was 1933 to 1977. And this time frame, not to say this is where losses stop, but it's the time frame to allow us to calculate the particular harm or atrocity that's tied to especially housing discrimination. We still have some more work to do on houselessness, but housing discrimination, we have some rough estimates on. And this is what we did in a nutshell without going into the weeds. The disparity that existed in the house value for whites versus black in California. So the median or average house value in California, we established that in 1930. And just to give some context, from our calculations, we saw Black California households, the amount of total wealth held in homes in 1930 was about $42 million. Compared to white wealth in homes, it was sitting at about $8 billion. When we look at this huge disparity in something as important, an important asset such as a home that accumulates over time, when we look at a starting point that is lower, that is depressed for Black individuals, over time you can imagine the disparity that exists. And this is why this particular harm, it's not the most egregious, but in terms of being able to really house values, really gives a bit of context to the appropriateness of reparations. If that's 1930, we wanted to get an idea of the gap that have a huge impact on housing value. So we captured again this total home wealth gap in 1980. And the disparity that we have there is for Black home wealth in 1980, we're looking at about 39 billion in California compared to white California homeowners wealth sitting at about $715 billion. But again, the nature of that total home wealth gap is something that needs to be addressed in terms of reparation. An asset over time continues to accumulate value. And if it is the case that you start off with a lower amount and over time, it doesn't matter in terms of the catch-up. It has to be the same. Something happens in terms of a direct action to cause that catch-up when it comes to closing that home wealth gap between Blacks and white in California. So with that said, and using that disparity that existed, we came up with a methodology that allowed us to figure out, as a rough estimate, that what is appropriate, given the time period that we have identified, is that each would receive $223,000, $239,000, or about $5,000 for each year between 1935 and 1977 that's spent as a resident of the state. This is to capture the housing discrimination and that disparity that exists in the housing valley that I just explained just now. So we do have a rough estimate, and of course, the process of quantifying and operationalizing this and figuring out how exactly this ties into the bigger framework of reparations is something that the task force will continue to deliberate. But we wanted to provide our framework for housing discrimination and give you an idea of where the estimates are so far with the data that we have. As I said before, for each of these are rough estimates. We still need more data. We still need help in terms of getting this data. And we have data requirements that we have outlined in each of these atrocities or harms that we have calculated so that we can continue our process of calculating the compensatory damages associated with the reparations process. Now, another area that we took some time to calculate and figure out, another harm or atrocity that has even been mentioned today and in the past, is this disproportionate Black mass incarceration and over-policing. This is a big issue in California. And what we see is an explosion in the United States. And we identified, quantify as much as possible the amount of compensatory damages associated with this particular harm or atrocity. And we picked the period called the War on Drugs because it's a seminal period associated with huge disparities that exist between Black and white arrest rates in the United States and in California. And what we see is an overrepresentation of the Black community in prisons, especially for how we have operationalized this for the war on drugs when compared to other races. So what we have done is we have looked specifically at how exactly, or if an individual is imprisoned, or more appropriately, as a race in terms of over incarcerated, what is the appropriate amount to take into consideration over that time period that we of Black California arrest. And with that time period, did a wage rate. So if you are wrongly locked up or you're in prison, or there's an overrepresentation of the Black population in prison in California, there are losses associated with not being able to earn on the labor market. That's the way we quantify this. So we found an appropriate, we looked at it is we said, being in prison because of overrepresentation of the Black community being arrested on drug charges, it is to being an unpaid forced state employee. So you have been held by the state against your will, and the appropriate wage that we should attach to that we found in terms of the calculation would be, what do state workers earn on average? Since it is, you are an unpaid state worker, is how we kind of operationalize this. And with that, we were able to come up with an estimate associated with this mass incarceration disparity. We also included a value for loss of freedom. That's a rough estimate. And the amount we came up with was roughly $171,000 per year of disproportionate incarceration in 2021 dollars. So using that methodology of an overrepresentation of the Black community in prison or arrested for drug offenses, the annual salary associated with being a forced unpaid state worker was about $171,000 for the harm or atrocity associated with this category. So I'll move on to the final atrocity or harm that we identified, which was the health harms. And we kind of took the approach from a disease management perspective. So Black individuals in the United States and in California are sicker and have died younger than white people. So when I say from a disease management perspective, incidences of certain diseases such as diabetes, high blood pressure, and the list goes on, erodes the value of life for Black individuals. So how we operationalize that in California. And what we see is we have a life expectancy gap in California between Black and white of about 7.6 years, meaning white individuals live 7.6 years longer on average than Black individuals. So with that value of life that we have at about, it's called the value of statistical life of about 10 million, we were able to use this life expectancy gap to come up with an appropriate health harms calculation or loss, about $127,000 per year of life expectancy that's associated with the health harms calculations that we have. So I've kind of gone through the health harms that we have identified so far, giving you an idea of the methodology we have used in each of these categories. And where we have rough estimates, I've provided those. We did also want to talk very briefly about the national reparation model, which is very different from the harms or atrocity model. And the idea behind this is to look specifically at the wealth gap in the United States specifically, to kind of get a sense of the wealth gap that approximated at about 300. Look at the wealth gap between these two groups. So if that was to be operationalized, and again, this is nationally, so it is not specific to California. How exactly this get divvied up in California is not something or a methodology that the expert group is able to provide any explanation of the population in California. We're looking at a conservative estimate of about $636 billion for reparations collectively, if we were to just use the share of the population. Again, how that is divvied up or the process to kind of get that segregated is not something the expert group can provide, since it is not specific to California. One final thing that I wanted to say, or that the group wanted to bring up, was based on some of the feedback from the task force, there seems to be an interest in understanding some sort of hybrid framework. Because I said calculations we have, or from what we calculate right now with the data we have 5 harms that we have calculated. So the process of quantifying those other harms or having some sense of redress to other harms that are not identified or explicitly calculated by the group, we wanted to talk very briefly about some sense of a hybrid framework where there are very specific harms or atrocities that are calculated, just like what we did with the 5, but the national or reparation models, again, how that is divvied up, or the proportion of federal reparations that California wants to undertake, is not something that we can advise the task force on. But we wanted you to be aware there's a sense of these are the specific harms associated with California. 5 categories of that. A federal reparations model or framework that sits there, and the process of will California take hold of some of that federal reparations, whatever it look like, or if they decide to do that, allow for some sort of hybrid framework. The logistics of that and how that will be done is something the task force will have to kind of figure out how to operationalize. And yeah, that was where we were in terms of our scope of work and what we have been working on and what we have done so far. I don't know if any of the other experts want to chime in.
I'm studying their text to us. They actually, just to be clear, our attempt to look at the business model is, sorry, I turned it towards that. The business model is very different than what's in the federal model. And this is related very much to differences the state itself has done when it comes to contracting. So there are some specific harms that get to a sense of corporate wealth, part of the federal model at all. Vital when you think about the harm done, when you think about institutional, the power that comes from who gets to hire and who doesn't get to hire. When you think about business, please remember most business is business to business. It's not commercial. Most business is somebody supplying somebody else with what you get as the small value added as a customer. The discrimination when the state engages in discriminating in contracting bleeds over into the inability to do that business to business as well. This is different than what's in that federal model. So I just think that's important to draw the distinction of what we're trying to do, and to get at a sense of why the harms model, being very specific to California, is different. And in terms of what the two legislative members have brought up, this gets to you going to the California legislature about the specific acts that California did and the harms that California did.
Sorry. Professor Darity and Kristen Mullen or Professor Kramer, do you all have any additional comments?
No. Glad to hear from the task force, any questions that they might have.
Okay, great. Okay, so I think to recap, thank you all again for such a thorough presentation. I was just joking earlier, I think after this process is over, we need to get you all a Nobel Peace Prize in economics. This is great. So just to recap, because it's a lot of information to kind of internalize. Member Javon Kalu, did you want to speak right now? Okay, I just wanted to recap for folks. So over this past summer, since we met in April, this esteemed economist team has been working hard in gathering whatever data is readily available to essentially help crunch the numbers for what monetary compensation reparations can look like in the form of monetary compensation for particular state-sanctioned atrocities. And so at our April meeting, we tasked the economists with doing the following. One, telling us what a national reparations framework might look like. And based on the advice and counsel of Dr. William Darity and Kristen Mullen, we learned through this process, right, that technically, right, the state of California does not have the budget to pay what is really owed in terms of monetary compensation for reparations for the institution of slavery. Dr. Darity, since you're here, can you just briefly explain, right, why the state of California does not have the budget for this, for the national framework?
Well, it's also going to be an interesting question as to whether or not the state of California has the budget for the itemized harms-based framework. Mm-hmm. But with respect to the national framework, the premise is that the federal government would be responsible for eliminating the racial wealth gap. And so in parallel fashion, we could do an estimate of how much it would cost the state of California to eliminate the black-white wealth gap for its Black residents who are eligible for reparation. And we estimated, I think at some point, that a rough figure for the requirement for doing that would be in the vicinity of 650 to 700 billion dollars. And in contrast, the state of California's annual budget, total annual budget, is actually less than $300 billion. And so it would be a very tricky proposition for the state to make a commitment to eliminate the racial wealth gap for its Black residents who are descendants of American slaves.
Okay, thank you. So if folks didn't hear Dr. Darity in the back, essentially he stated that in order to close the racial wealth gap, right, the federal government would have to pay the descendants of American slaves up to or over $700 billion, from $650 to $700 billion.
The federal government would have to pay $14 trillion at least, but the state of California, for its own residents who are eligible for it.
Right, okay, thank you for that clarification. So the bill for the federal government, in order to close the racial wealth gap on the federal level nationally, would take $14 trillion. California, in order to pay its debt entirely, would be $650 to $700 billion. But you have to mirror that with the fact that the yearly budget for California is only $3 billion a year.
300.
$300 billion a year.
$300 billion.
But the other issue was a conceptual issue. Because the other issue is a conceptual issue. The federal is an average amount, and it refers only to the personal wealth gap. So there are two different things here. One is this is an average, and just as people were making comments about someone moving, this incorporates the movement of African Americans, some out of states that had slavery and worse records, to some who moved to states where they thought there was more opportunity. This is an average amount. To disaggregate would require trying to figure out what's the net amount, given that California certainly discriminated less than Mississippi. So what do you do to figure out California's part and something where there's moving parts? When you have the federal, we're not worried about people moving to opportunity. We're just saying on net, this is what it is. And so conceptually, to disentangle that, given many people moved to California to escape worse opportunities, some people left California because California had its own problems. It's not possible under that federal model to do that calculation that says this is the part that is California's, other than to make some claim, well, it's just the average, and so that it's a conceptual difficulty. So for us to give you a number based on that model, it's too difficult for us to disentangle.
Thank you.
And this harms model, by looking at business wealth, is looking at a corporate debt, which isn't in the individual wealth model, only to the extent that somebody has the corporation closely held and it's their own. But it doesn't let you look at corporate wealth.
I might say something briefly just about this whole question of who is receiving these funds. I was recently doing some research on the life and the achievements of Queen Mother Audrey Moore, and she commented on the fact that in the 1920s, this is after she and her family had heard Marcus Garvey give a speech in New Orleans. They thought, we need to move, we need to leave Louisiana. And initially they thought they were going to move to the continent. But then they decided instead that they would go to California. And but they moved, so they decided to visit California for about a month, thinking this was the land of milk and honey. And she talks about how they met, these Black women from quote unquote Black society, but went to Santa Monica, went to several different cities. And what they encountered was the same kind of racism that they experienced in New Orleans. She said, they wanted to sell us a 5-cent soda for $5, and then we couldn't even drink it there. And when people heard me say, where is the freedom that we heard about was here for Black people? They said, oh no, you need to go to Chicago. That's where our people are free. And so she and her family then went to Chicago to take a look. And she was talking about, all these sort of mean, impoverished districts that Black people had been pushed into in Chicago. And she thought things were worse in Chicago than they had it in New Orleans. And they said, oh, no. Not Chicago. The place you need to go is New York. And so off they go to Harlem, where in fact, Jim Crow, Black people were not even allowed to be employed as drivers of streetcars or buses. It was just an abomination. But ultimately they said, well, we had to put our roots down somewhere. And so they stayed. But the point is that, this is what justifies federal reparations. because there's no place across the country where Black Americans were allowed to have full citizenship rights.
Thank you. And so for the benefit of the public, I was just summarizing what we worked on over the past few months. So again, prior to our April meeting, the task force had already opted out of the national model. And so we decided to go with the state sanctioned harm model. So in April, we discussed 13 potential harms that this task force could recommend monetary compensation for. Over this past summer, the economists worked with what was given by the task force, and for now, reduce the harm from 13 to 5 based on the readily available data that currently exists. But then that's another question I have to ask you all in terms of any potential action items for the subpoena advisory committee or the task force as a whole as to how to get the data that you all need to continue to crunch the numbers. But again, just to summarize what Professor Kezia Campbell already articulated, there are 5 named state-sanctioned atrocities that the economists have already started to crunch what actual compensation could look like. So for instance, atrocity number 1, unjust property takings, right? They just stated that there's still some data that is needed to get those calculations. But generally speaking, the way to approach the calculation for compensation for unjust property takings, as Professor Kezia Campbell said, was to examine the market value at the time of the property was taken, determine the amount that was paid to the owner as just compensation, subtract that figure from the value of the property and increase the net value of the property by adding in a fair measure of the estimated appreciation to the present day, or in the alternative, use the current value of the property as a measure of compensation due. But again, there is some data gaps present that we potentially need to fill. The second atrocity that Professor Kezia has already articulated, that there is already some data for, is the de-evaluation of Black businesses. So again, as Professor Kezia Campbell stated, there's a basic formula to ascertain what compensation might look like for the de-evaluation of Black businesses, which would be based on lost profits. Lost revenues minus avoided costs equals a net lost profits. But again, there's still some data that they need to crunch what the actual figure might look like. And they pointed out to, for instance, disaggregated data amongst sectors and industries. The third atrocity that they have identified over this past summer is housing discrimination and houselessness. So this is one of the atrocities where they've already come up with a potential figure for what monetary compensation might look like. So if 2,550,000 Black Californian residents who lived in the state in 2021 were descendants of the enslaved in the United States and had spent their entire time period from 1933 to 1977 in California, or were the legal heir of a person that did, each would receive an award of $223,239 or $5,074 for each year between 1933 and 1977 spent as a resident of the state. Heirs not residing in California could file claims independently of this harms identification program, and members of other groups could file their claims later. So the fourth atrocity, they've already started to crunch the numbers for what actual monetary compensation could look like, is disproportionate Black incarceration and over-policing. And through their work, they found that the total average compensation would be $170,657 per year of disproportionate incarceration in 2021 dollars. And as Professor Kezia Campbell stated, that would be based in part on the lost ability to participate in the labor market, loss of freedom, also based in part on what a state employee would make, because if you were unjustly incarcerated through the war on drugs, you were technically a forced laborer. And then finally, the fifth harm, as Professor Casey Campbell articulated, is around health harms, right? And it was in the calculation that they've already come up with is the following. $966,921 is the health harm estimate for Black descendants of slavery who spent all of their lives in California. So that would mean that Black descendants of slavery would be allocated $127,226 for each year spent in California due to the health harms that plague the community. And that's supported by data, as Professor Casey Campbell already stated, that Black Americans on average die younger and are sicker than white Americans actually since the inception of this country. And that's also in our report. So I just wanted to give us a quick summary. Again, we've already opted out of the national model. We've adopted the state-sanctioned harms model, where the economists are starting to crunch numbers for what compensation will look like for particular state or California state-sanctioned atrocities against the African American community. With the data that's already available, they've been able to crunch the numbers for 3 atrocities thus far, but there's still some data that is needed for the other 2, and then also for the 3 that they've already done some calculations for. I wanted to end my comments by asking if you all can briefly talk about the hybrid model, because I know someone shouted out, you can put down a down payment. So I know the hybrid model is the idea that California acknowledges that they don't have the budget as compared to the federal government, but in recognition or in order to pressure the federal government, there could be a potential that California could make a down payment on what the federal government owes. So if you could maybe explain that, and then I'll turn it to Member Jovan Scott Lewis and task force members if there's any other questions or comments.
What we have for the hybrid model in terms of what it looks like, we actually don't have a recommendation. But the basic structure is in the state-specific harms or atrocities that have been identified. Once those are quantified and calculated, it may very well be the case that there are other categories that were not captured or not quantified. And a way to kind of get some estimate or a sense of redress for these other categories might be the task force could consider that what California's share of the federal reparations, if they would take a portion of it to kind of close that gap on the other categories. So why we call it a hybrid model is because the harms or atrocities have been identified, but to fill the gaps associated with maybe other atrocities, maybe other areas that were hard to quantify, it could be the case that the task force considers some sort of taking on the burden of federal reparations, a portion of it, and what that looks like, how much it is, if they can do that, what it means if at some stage in the future the federal government does decide to do reparations, if California took a portion of it, is it still owed? All of those mechanics we don't have the expertise to advise you on.
Thank you. Member Jovan Scott Lewis. Oh, can we get his mic to work? It's not working. His is not working.
Can we try? There we go.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you to the economic experts team for all the work. And yeah, we could work on that Nobel Prize for sure. So Professor Spriggs, the question of residency seems to be the linchpin of the issue here. cutting across all of these various atrocities, it seems as if, in addition to more data, what you also need is a decision from us as to what are the terms of a further refinement of the eligibility question that lands specifically or squarely on the matter of residency. And so I want to kind of take that opportunity to, come to my colleagues here on the panel to kind of maybe see if we can entertain some kind of discussion around that. I recall this question being posed to Secretary Weber during her visit several months ago. And I think it was left relatively open. Whomever is a resident is a resident. And I do think, given the fact that we've had multiple conversations, in our subcommittee meetings, that we do need to provide you with some better parameters that I think the residency question can hopefully provide. So I don't know, are we allowed to open up some kind of discussion around the question of what we think about the terms of residency? So that way we can actually provide the economic experts team with better parameters for how they can go about identifying the terms of these atrocities. Because I imagine if you're looking at, say, the whole periods or the redlining period from 1930 to 77, you may want to say, we may have to create some kind of instrument whereby someone would be able to, or we would be required to prove, that they were resident in the state at that time. So I would love for, my colleagues and I to have that discussion if we have time, Chair Moore.
So we are having a discussion around what potential requirements would be around residency. I guess my first question or comment that I had is based on reviewing the materials from The Economist, kind of the residency requirements are kind of baked in to some of the calculations. So for instance, housing discrimination, you would be eligible for that $223,000 total if you were a California resident from 1933 to 1977, or $5,000 for each year you are a resident of the state. So what do you think about that? Is that an example of the requirement?
I mean, I think that is certainly, a framework, but the point is that we haven't provided any formal guidance. And so, we're putting the burden on the economics experts team to make these decisions, and they shouldn't be burdened with those decisions.
Does anyone have any comments? As you stated, we've kind of approached this conversation some months ago. I know Secretary Weber, through her expert testimony, someone asked her, what did she think the requirements for residency? She said, if you're a current resident of California, you should be eligible, but that doesn't necessarily get to what we need to get to. So does anyone have any thoughts about that? Yeah, Member Grills, you're recognized.
I have a question about this. I raised, in the last time we discussed this, I raised the question, before we go out and reinvent the wheel, what has already been established around residency requirements for California for different things, for tax purposes, for tuition credits, et cetera. And so I was wondering whether or not the expert panel had an opportunity, or if DOJ or anyone has had an opportunity to look into what are the established criteria for different issues related to residency.
No, we have not. With the calculations, it's either the time period as Chair Moore identified, or we use Black residents in California as the maximum. So that residency requirement does in fact allow us to put parameters on the overall damage categories, but we have not explored, the concepts that you just identified.
And again, it gets to two different issues, right? Are you asking that in terms of, was I a resident in 1935? Or are you asking that with reference to, do I get to make a claim? So if you're asking it in terms of, today, I hear about this and I go to file my claim, am I a resident of California? So that's one question. The other question is, what do I need? What's the definition that I was a resident from 33 to 77? What is the test for my grandmother moved here in 1933 and my family has been here since then? That's kind of two different questions.
I guess for me, I was thinking if we established a criteria based on our best thinking and someone wanted to challenge what we had come up with, and they could point to, well, why didn't you refer to other criteria for residency? And so this is by no means an exhaustive, search on this, but one of the things that I found out in terms of establishing residency in California is that you have to have a driver's license within 10 days of coming here, voted in a California election, filed for a homeowner's property tax exemption, et cetera. The question of whether or not, we want to ignore those things and try to make a case for establishing residency in relationship to the harms, I get a little stuck because it's almost like I'm not finished understanding the final set of harm categories and how much harm does one need to have, endured in order to be considered qualified. So I'll take myself as an example. So what would you do with me? I'm from South Carolina. I came here in 1980 to go to graduate school. I have never left. I've owned homes, I've voted, my children are all born here. But, in terms of my ancestry and my earlier part of my life, all of that is the South and the East Coast. So would you consider me a resident, or would it just be my children born here? Or would it be that if I was here, once I was here 3 years and established residency for graduate school tuition reduction, that I become a resident? There's just, I go into this cycle and I can't find my way out.
Please. Myself. That's crazy. Please. I'm sorry about that. Member Grills, were you finished?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just 1 minute, everybody. Remember what Aretha said, RESPECT. We say she's a soul sister, and we want everyone to please respect this audience. But we listen to you now. We had speaking time. We had time for you to speak.
So,
Sir, we're not going to bother barking back and forth.
all right. So we're going to move on. So did you have a question for them, or you just had general comments?
Well, yeah, it was just trying to understand how we begin to think about the residency.
All right. Excuse me, sir. You can share your public comment tomorrow from 9 to 10 a.m. You'll have 3 minutes to do so. I ask you to respect the space and be quiet at this time and allow us to conduct our business. Thank you. All right. I think that, and this is something that we'll discuss tomorrow as we plan out what our future hearings will look like. Member Jovan Scott Lewis and I are on another committee that's tasked with planning that out. So, and it's in the meeting materials. For instance, we're proposing that we have 2 additional hearings where we're going to focus primarily on the area of compensation. And so I think part and parcel of that, of those meetings will be us figuring out, I think, the definitions of residency. So I wanted to ask Member Jovan Scott Lewis, do you think that we should come up with a decision on that today? Because if so, I do have a potential solution. I think that, in my personal opinion, and this is based on the work that that the economists have done. I think we can agree to a general principle, but if there's any disagreement, I welcome that as well. That for any of the 5 atrocities that we've named thus far, you're eligible if you, of course, meet the community of eligibility standards that we determined in February in terms of lineage. But then also the second principle that would guide who would be eligible is if you were simply a resident of California when that particular harm took place, and the heirs of that person, or if that person left California after the harm, they could still be eligible because they were residents when the harm took place. That's just kind of how I see it, but I welcome any thoughts around that.
Madam Chair, members of the task force, I would like to suggest that we have a committee who would consult with the experts and come back with a well thought out position on this matter. Yes, I move.
So to be clear, okay, so it has been properly moved and then properly seconded by member Reggie Jones Sawyer, and it was moved by Vice Chair Brown, that the committee that already exists, so the Economic Advisory Committee, which comprises of myself and member Jovan Scott Lewis, will just go back and work with the economic consultants to present some potential definitions for residency and requirements for residency. Okay. Is there any discussion on the matter? Okay, hearing no further discussion, we'll
Sorry,
turn to-
Chair Moore. I would just encourage other members of the task force then to communicate through the DOJ to Camille and myself what some of your thoughts might be. So as we go away and deliberate with the economic experts team, we can have your views in mind.
Hearing no further discussion, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
With Chair Moore,
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown,
Aye.
Member Bradford.
Aye.
Member Bradford votes aye. Member Holder. Aye. I'm sorry. Aye. Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer.
Aye.
Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis.
Aye.
Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Steppe.
Aye.
Member Montgomery Steppe votes aye. Member Tamaki.
Aye.
Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam
forgot me.
Chair,
You forgot me.
oh, I apologize. Member Grills.
That's okay. Aye.
Member Grills votes aye. Madam Chair, 9 members were present and voting. There were 9 ayes and 0 nays.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. There were 9 ayes, 0 nays, and so the ayes have it, and the motion carries. Member Jovan Scott Lewis and I will continue to work with the economic consultant team to devise potential definitions for residency and the requirements therein. I want to go back to the economists to see if there's any other information that you all need from us in potential action at this time.
We didn't discuss, but eventually, when you pose the way that you would want the reparations to be paid, that we will be working on trying to give you cost to see whether your proposal would reflect the cost that we come up with. So we just want to be clear about that.
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
Depending upon how you propose that the reparations be paid, that we understand part of our task would be to give you estimates to align what you're proposing to what we are proposing as the cost. So as an example, if you said you wanted to do something like a part of the national, given that there's no way that the state of California has the money in a year, if you said the state of California henceforth will grant free tuition or whatever, for us to give you an estimate, this is our estimate of how much that has its value, that's how it lines up with what the amount is. We understand that's part of our task. So we understand that's the next part of what we would have to get to you. When you get to the part where you're telling us, okay, we agree with your estimates and your approach, now we're going to tell you how we propose to fulfill it.
Thank you.
And as it concerns data requirements in the document, we have a very specific list. And it says data requirements, and we even shaded it blue with bullet points. So those would definitely help with the refining of the estimates that we have.
Okay, so before we move on, because our next meeting might not be until November, so I don't want anything to get lost in translation or communication. So there's already, you all have already identified data that is needed. And so my question is the DOJ helping with that? Or do we need to have a conversation about how we can use our subpoena powers for that? Is this the time to talk about that?
Chair Moore, if I may. I don't know if you want to respond and then I
Oh,
respond.
please go ahead.
Okay. So Chair Moore, we have been working through this plan with the advisory committee experts, and essentially the way this will work, for lack of a better process, given the advisory committee and the meeting schedules, is the task force is going to sort of give directions like you're going through and talking through right now. The advisory committee is going to translate that into a series of questions and asks that'll come through the Department of Justice and the expert teams. The expert teams will do research collectively, DOJ and the experts will do research, try to figure out answers to the questions, working with the expert team to develop sort of a response, whether that's an amount of money or we can't figure out that amount, or here are some ways to do that. And then, like they've done today, present information and options to the task force to then vote on. Because this second part of the report, we'll talk about this a little more, is really task force driven. You all are making every decision from here on out. You're looking to the experts for essentially the evidence, and we'll work with them to develop that evidence. But the point is making sure you all have every piece of information and data and the substance behind any decision you would take, and then you all take that decision, and then we will then, following that, work with the task force to prepare how it will look in the second report. Do you have any questions about that process that I can help clarify?
I think we just want to make sure that the experts team is able to get from you what they need. And so I think that was really the crux of Chair Moore's question. And so is that the case? I don't know. I think we don't know. There's information that they're asking for specifically. And I think we just want to make sure that they have the ability to get that information so that we as the subcommittee can then, convey what we think needs to be done, and then we can communicate with the task force about, decision making thereafter. So has there been a request? I'm going to ask directly. Have you requested the information that you needed? And have you received an answer?
Not any formal request, just in
Okay.
the form of this is the data we require and here is the list, but we have not formalized anything. So
Okay.
there needs to be a conversation on what that process is with the DOJ.
And so, Michael, can they ask the DOJ directly for that information, or
Oh,
do you come to that?
absolutely.
Okay.
No. We're working directly with them. That we have the relationship with them as well, and I don't want to sell them short. The work product that they put together has been through their research and their work.
Oh
in
yeah, we
developing.
can tell. I just want to
Yeah.
make sure that they have. In
But
other words,
we
I don't want to have
stand
to
by.
keep playing a game of telephone that they have to tell us and then we tell you, and then I just want to make sure that they have what they need when they need it.
And are you like insinuating there needs to be a motion to, is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. No, not absolutely not necessary. So we will be working directly with the experts. You all are giving us direction collectively, us and the experts. We'll be working directly with the experts. There's a fluid, behind the scenes, there's a fluid conversation between us and the experts. Any requests for information that they might have, we will, as we did in the first report, obviously use, every avenue available to us, whether it's the state archivist, the state library, our own DOJ attorneys doing research, or if we need to do additional contracts or find out other people who can provide data. Subpoenas, as we talked about, probably in terms of the timing is not ideal, especially June 30th, 2023 is not an ideal vehicle to try to get information, but we'll report back on a continuous basis if we're having a hard time getting data. I'm sure you'll hear that from the experts as well if they need data and for whatever reason we're not able to get it. But we'll bring the full force of the office to get this data.
I have a comment similar to this. I've been working on a state project on mental health disparities, and one of the members of my research team is an economist. And we have found that it takes 3 times as long to access what you would think would be simple administrative data. And so I don't know, I don't have your list, but do you anticipate any potential challenges with some of the data, types of data and data sources that could present a challenge timeline that we're on?
It's conceivable. You had the earlier discussion about the state of data that the counties have on race for prosecutions. And that while the data may exist, it may take time because it wasn't already gathered in a readily accessible way. It may take time to actually produce the data. So that's conceivable for some of the things we want, specifically when it comes to unjust takings. Because in the case of the unjust takings, many of those would predate computerized records. Some may have been since computerized, but there may be issues that it's not currently easily accessible.
That was exactly what I was thinking, that if you take one community, let's say the Fillmore, that Dr. Brown is so studied in, where their home, they may well have left. So there's an intersectionality that we'll have to deal with there, but just tracking the value of what was paid out in the eminent domain, take the money, here's all you're going to get, and we're going to evict you. It could take a very long time to track down that data. So I think our timeline is what it is. I mean, we have to come up with the recommendations by 2023, period. And so to the extent that the data cannot be retrieved within the usable time frame, then the task force may have to pivot and come up with a more generalized way of forming the repair, it seems to me. Otherwise, we're going to get mired in trying to get, for instance, the city of San Francisco to go through archives and documents and try to find stuff that's not computerized. So I think we ought not to underestimate the daunting nature of that. That's not to say we don't do it, but I think we just need good communications as to what actually is doable. I'm sure the Department of Justice, to talking with experts, there's people, like researchers that have already gone into, redlining on this that may have exhausted maybe they would know the state of being able to get this data on eminent domain, for instance. But I think we need a candid early on assessment of how long this is going to take.
And I think that's a very good point, which is there may be, data gaps where the data just doesn't exist. We will, like I said, do everything we can to get data from every possible resource, but there may be areas where there are data gaps, and so we'll have to talk about ways of estimating or even guesstimating. And in that kind of situation, the experts may present a couple of different options to the task force, and the task force will then have the responsibility of selecting among those options which way they would want to go. And based on the data, it would be very clear what that's based on. I think to my earlier point, some of that is going to involve both choosing between a number of different options, but also there are a number of questions, as the experts have laid out, that will need to be answered by the task force, sort of not only one time, but on a rolling basis, as it becomes more clear from the experts what they're able to provide. It's going to be a very back and forth process.
Yeah, I just have a quick point of clarification. So as I'm looking at this blue highlighted section, and I noticed that most of the data that you're requiring or that you're missing and that you need is quantitative data, numbers, stats. Some of it, though, to a limited degree, is qualitative. So like you have a question like, younger and younger Black people are being incarcerated. What is this history and how many have been imprisoned? There's a piece of that that's qualitative that seems to require some qualitative analysis from subject matter experts. So I'm wondering if you can sort of isolate what is qualitative and give us an idea of how you would like us to get you that qualitative information. Do you want us to have subject matter experts to talk to you about those pieces, or,
I don't think there's a lot of qualitative data. I don't know if Kirsten or Sandy wants to elaborate on some of that with the qualitative. The quantitative, as you said, is just there and it's just what's needed. But qualitative, I'm not sure if the angle of experts provide, again, given the timeline, or I think a lot of it too is really getting direction from the task force, because given the nature of qualitative data that can have different angles, we want the task force to make the decision associated with whatever it is that we choose, that this is what they want, or this is what they want to see. So I think, as Michael was saying earlier, a lot of it is back and forth communication, and you giving us a sense of, this is it, that makes sense. So that we can move forward rather than have these different alternatives that might exist.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Professor Kirsten Mullen, you're recognized.
Thank you.
Please, members of the public, be quiet, and you can give your public comment tomorrow, 3 minutes long, 9 to 10 a.m. Thank you. Kirsten Mullen.
Thank you. I just want to say that, one way that the qualitative data, one way that the quantitative, one way that the qualitative data can be incorporated is to, provide a space, via a website, a repository for individuals to share their stories for posterity. One of the things that the task force has commented on is the lack of places and spaces in the state of California where those stories have been welcomed and collected. So we definitely want to keep, to collect those stories and to preserve them, but that's not the kind of information that we need to generate these calculations.
Are there any other comments? Okay, so member Jovan Scott Lewis and I will be working with you all over the next month or so and getting, make sure you get the data that you need. So thank you, Professor Spriggs and Professor Campbell, for showing up in person. Thank you, Professor Darity. Oh, excuse me, Member Gross, you're recognized.
I'm sorry, and I just had a question for clarification, and I also just wanted to thank the expert panel for the extensive work you've done so far. It's appreciated. I was just wanting to ask a question about the list of the 5 harms atrocities. And I understand that the subcommittee worked with you to reduce down our list to those 5. And I was wondering if there was any particular reason why education was not included on the list. And in particular, when you look at education, you start stepping into the territory of lost lifetime earnings, housing implications, health implications. And it's, there's all kinds of data sources that can be done. And there are some studies out there that look at the economic impact of learning loss. So I was just wondering if there was a particular reason it wasn't included.
There's the list dwindling down has to do with just data that's available and what we thought we could calculate in a robust fashion that could stand up to scrutiny, especially from an economic perspective. And these were the 5 that we initially identified. They're no way exhaustive. It could be the case where with more data or an appropriate model or specification, we could extend that list, but there's no specific reason or no reason why we chose these 5 except just data and a methodology that we felt would be robust to start with, just the availability of data.
Chair Moore,
Yes.
if I could just ask a question. I want to make sure, because I noticed there's a timeline referenced in your presentation, and I want to make sure that for next step, we understand what is needed so that we can navigate. I need to structure things going forward, making sure that the force is able to provide answers to some of the framing questions that you've identified for whatever it is that you need for the next step of your work. If you can identify that so that we can make sure that we lay out whatever we need to, if there, for whatever reason, needs to be a meeting called where the only thing on the agenda at this point is to address some of these things that might take place before a larger meeting such as this, where we take on a lot of other business that the task force has to take on. So I just wanted to make sure that we can identify that so we can make plans going forward.
The biggest requirement would be the data required for calculations. As much as possible, if we can tackle that list, could start off with the easiest. So we probably will have to meet to start off with what can we gather almost immediately and things that might take a longer time or a longer process. But the first and foremost thing is the data required for calculations that we identified.
Thank you again, Dr. Spriggs and Professor Campbell. Thank you again, Professor Darity and Kristen Mullen. And thank you, Professor Kramer. Our condolences to your mother and safe travels from Germany back to the States. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So it is now 2:36. Our break period was from 2:15 to 2:30, so we're past our break time. So I wanted to ask the task force members, do you all want to take a 15-minute break now or go through the agenda, power through the agenda? Okay, we'll take a 15-minute break, and we'll get back at 3 o'clock. Let's just do. you. Okay. Every shortly, task force members, please come to the front. All right. Do we need to reestablish a quorum? They don't know. Yeah. Hello, hello. Thank you. So before we resume to item number 9, which is discussion and potential action item report of Bunch Center regarding community engagement plan facilitated by Member Grills, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson so that we can reestablish a quorum.
Hello? Okay, thank you. I'll begin with the chair, Chair Moore,
Here.
Vice Chair Brown,
Present.
Member Bradford,
Here.
Member Grills,
Here.
Member Holder,
Here.
Member Jones Sawyer,
Here.
Member Lewis,
Here.
Member Montgomery Step,
See, nobody wants to
and
be president no
Member
more.
Tamaki.
Here.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are 9 task force members, and the number needed for a quorum is 5. The number present is 9, and we have reestablished a quorum.
Thank you. So we'll now turn to agenda item number 9, and I'll turn to Member Grills.
Thank you. So today we are going to hear preliminary findings from the Ralph Bunche Center, led by Dr. Michael Stoll and his team of researchers, as in graduate students from the Bunche Center. Dr. Stoll.
Thank you, Dr. Grills. It is great to be here, and we have a full agenda, so I will be short, but I just wanted to say that it has been an honor and privilege to be a partner with the task force and DOJ in this historic endeavor. Our project, and we'll follow this PowerPoint presentation, and I want to say that this project is called we call the Community Engagement Project. And one of the joys of being on this project is to work with what I think are the best and brightest graduate students in the country who will also present findings from our engagement research project as well. Not only the best and brightest Black graduate students, I said the best and brightest graduate students in the country. This community engagement project comes from tasks charged to us by the task force, and what the agenda will look like today, we'll talk very briefly about the background and purpose of our community engagement process, and then we'll turn to the findings. And the findings are in 3 different categories: community listening sessions, personal testimonies, and surveys. And then we'll conclude with some key takeaway from our project. The community engagement stakeholders are fairly clear, so I won't spend much time here. When we started the project back in January, we put together a organizing team led by, of course, the anchor organizations who were selected that you know by name that I won't discuss in detail, other than to say that we work with the Black Power Network, Other and Belonging Institute at University of California, Berkeley, the African Black Coalition, which is students across the state of California of higher education students across the state of California, the Black Equity Collective, the Black Equity Initiative, the Coalition for a Just and Repaired Nations. In common, our anchor organizations who led the charge in this community engagement part of the community listening sessions. We also have project leads who were Mary Lee, termed the project convening organizer, who helped move the train project organization in meetings, and along with Ama Nayim Meke, who was the project facilitator during the community listening sessions. Both Mary and Ama helped think and design the process and rhythm of the listening sessions that were part of our community engagement process. And of course, the Bunch Center was also part of this stakeholder group. The purpose and method of this community engagement process was to investigate, collect, and document perspectives on the 4 areas that I think the task force is most concerned about in this historic endeavor. Harm, the type of harm, the support for reparations in California, the forms or types of reparations support that might be considered, and eligibility of recipients. And so each one of our phases of our community engagement plan focused on this area of inquiry. The community research project we'll talk a bit later about the characteristics of these listening sessions, but this are listening sessions organized by the anchor organizations that invited community groups to talk about those 4 areas that I just. We also had personal testimony, both through a portal that was made available to California residents to upload their testimony. Qualitative interviews that we also did with the listening session. Last, we also, as the research team, raised money, in part thanks to the California Wellness Foundation, to launch a statewide representative surveying Californians about support for or not reparations and different kinds of reparations proposals, and we present that data today. All of this data we have collected in various ways. We've analyzed, documented, and we'll be presenting our findings here today. The project timeline was fairly tight for a research project. We started this project in January. We had listening sessions hosted by anchor organizations. Our statewide survey was launched in May and June. We just got the results back in late July, August. The listening session went all the way through August. And as you'll see, we transcribed every comment in the listening sessions and analyzed them. We only had 1 month, all of those to transcribe them and analyze them and to report the findings preliminarily here today. Finally, we have personal testimony. Took place in August. Now we'll turn on to the findings, and to present the findings, the mic over to Jindalyn Coulter.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you all so much. Thank
you, Madam Chair. I look forward to hearing further your report. But you know, the one thing makes me very nervous, that we will purport to engagement. And there's application from the Black, which is the Black community historically and presently. And number 2, nothing was mentioned of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People that has a network across this nation and in this state. All I'm saying is that you need to put some yeast in your effort to make it rise. But you cannot talk about community engagement and not have the Black faith community. The first meeting where they talked about reparations was on January the 12th, 1865, after General Sherman burned down Atlanta and marched toward Atlanta. And when Secretary of War Stanton asked him, what are we going to do with these ex-enslaved persons? He said, wait until we get to Savannah. In Savannah, we will call a meeting with the ministers. And Reverend Garrison Frazier and those 20 preachers were in that hotel room. And he asked Reverend Frazier, what does the union owe these ex-enslaved persons? Reverend Frazier said, I can't speak for everybody, but at least for me and my house, since we've been enslaved on this land all these years, we should have 40 acres and a mule. And from that meeting, General Sherman issued Field Order Number 15 that set aside that land from the coast of Florida up to South Carolina into Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi. But we know what happened. It was that man, Andrew Johnson, that racist from Tennessee, who revoked it. And we were thrown into the peonage system. I hate to do this. I'm not talking down to you, but I'm saying the first thing we got to do inwardly as a community, realize where our real base is and has been. And God and destiny will not bless us with success if we don't own and represent the basic institution, even before there were schools or community-based organizations. It was the Black faith community that was always there.
Representative Task Force Member Brown, thank you. We share your concern. We share your sentiment. And the basis of our work is on those sentiments. May I ask that we complete our presentation? We were asked by the task force and DOJ to come and present our findings. We were given 1 hour to do so. We would very much like to be able to present, and afterwards, we would very much like to be able to answer any questions that there are. And we're not avoiding those, but we would, in the respect of the work that our graduate students have done to prepare for this meeting, which has been tremendous, we would very much like to be able to present for our time period. If that is simply a request.
Yeah, before you begin, I just had one preliminary procedural question. I know I requested that you all send whatever work product that you all came up with in advance to task force so that we could review it beforehand and so that they could be included in the meeting materials for the benefit of the public. So before you begin, my first question, is there a particular reason why the presentation wasn't sent in advance? So yeah, that's the first question.
In the best of all worlds, we would have had this presentation to you last week. But because of the turnaround challenge that we have, we've been working on this presentation right up until 1 minute before. Well, we didn't get all the data collected until the end of August. It's only September 23rd. Between end of August and now, we have analyzed over 1,000 pages of transcripts. We have written nearly almost all the report, which is due September 30th. And we had put this presentation together starting 2 days ago and have been up for nearly 48 hours doing so. In the best of all worlds, we would have had this beforehand, but we simply worked as hard as we could, and now we are able to present to you, which is simply documenting what we've observed in the task force requirements, which is the community listening sessions. We've added additional added value information from personal testimonies that we've analyzed, and through statewide survey, which we had gone on and raised additional private funds to be able to share with you a broad community engagement project that looks at not only those that have come to the community listening sessions, which include mostly 90% African Americans from all walks of life, including from faith-based organizations, civil rights organizations, et cetera, to report on the findings from those in an objective way that provides information for the task force as they deliberate the tasks that are put before them by the state, which is the study reparations proposals for African Americans. I would have loved to have them 2 years ago. The fact that we didn't means not other than that we were working as hard and just could not get it done before and to be able to give anybody a copy of it.
And
But
my second and final question, I'm really looking forward to the presentation. Again, it's a procedural point. And just a clarification, I think in my head, when we entered this contract with the Bunn Center, I think exactly last year, September 23rd, is when we started to have conversations with you all. My vision was that you all, at the end of the process, would be presenting an actual report similar to the interim report. And so I guess I'm just clarifying, is this the final work product? Is the PowerPoint presentation, or will this be compiled into like an actual report?
The final report is due September 30th. We will have an actual written report that reflects what we are presenting here today to the task force on September 30th.
Okay, thank you. You can proceed, unless Denver Girls had any.
Jendalyn Coulter.
Yeah, thank you all so much, especially for just being here today and really engaging in the work. Yeah, reparations it's long awaited, and I think the findings, especially from the community listening sessions, definitely indicate that as well. So without further ado, I'm presenting the summary of findings for the community listening sessions. The community listening sessions were one of 3 primary research methodologies that we employed throughout this year-long process in order to compile the widest extent and greatest depth of insights and perspectives. And the community listening sessions really helped kind of provide more of a in-depth just understanding of what Black Americans are going through and just Black people as a whole who reside within this country. So research guiding questions, essentially through the listening sessions that were hosted throughout the state of California, they were primarily taken on by the anchor organizations that we collaborate with. And there were a set of specific research questions that were specific, so that way they can essentially garner the greatest insights relative to those 4 main areas that we aim to evaluate throughout our research and research report. So essentially, 3 of those guiding questions are: what is our vision for the future of Black California look like? What does it sound like? What does it feel like? The second question being, in order to repair harm, we have to acknowledge harm. And if you had to express 1 to 3 harms experienced throughout your day-to-day life, what would you typically express, as well as what are 1 to 3 resolutions, right, that would be most beneficial, right, to combat those harms? Thirdly, sorry.
Take your time. It's okay.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, so thirdly, the question that we widely ask within these community listening sessions, think about some of these harms that were discussed throughout the dialogues and conversations that were had throughout these sessions. We're trying to understand what are the best to help people heal and prosper in the state of California. So these were essentially what the listening sessions inquired from the public. So our timeline. Community listening sessions were hosted from January of this year all the way through August, so roughly 8 months. And these sessions were, again, as I mentioned before, hosted by the anchor organizations. And so these organizations were housed across the state of California, from the Bay Area to Los Angeles to the Inland Empire. And so these sessions were hosted primarily within the communities of Black Californians throughout the state. So we really wanted a wide extent of insights and perspectives from, again, throughout the state. Secondly, the analysis. So after we, after the anchor organizations, in collaboration, of course, Mary Lee, Aman Neamaki, who did tremendous just work with helping organize and helping just coordinate the entire efforts. We ensured that those sessions were recorded. So we have recordings of the conversations being had, right? And what we did was we took those recordings, we sent them to transcription services. So that way we would have the written, just conversations just outlined for us. And then from there, we aim to analyze those findings. Thirdly, my bad. We ended up, reading through these transcriptions. We really, again, analyze the widest extent of just emergent findings, especially relative to those 4 categories that we're aiming to investigate, right? So harms, resolutions, eligibility, and extent of support for reparations. And what you'll find, especially as we describe more so our process as well as the findings themselves, is that we were really able to extract, again, a lot of insights, and this is all going to be detailed within our report that is due to come out soon. So community listening session structure. So essentially there were 17 official listening sessions. They took place, again, throughout the state of California. However, there was a bit of a subset that were hosted via Zoom. And so, let's see. So yes, our analysis. So our analysis process, again, was inductive and deductive process. And again, we really aim to, through those 4 categories that we're aiming to acquire insights for and derive answers for, we were able to extract a wide range of themes. I mean, we're gonna go into quite a bit of them, but so far, I mean, there's roughly around 32 themes just. And in terms of reliability and validity, we peer review as well as just a continual debriefing process, right? About how we're understanding what we're finding, as well as how we're choosing to basically analyze. So organizational findings, again, as mentioned, types of harm, extents of support, resolutions, eligibility, and another category that was added later, which is significant trends. And so this category is anything emerging outside of the scope of our initial just project guidelines. So here we go, the meat of the project, right? We have the harms experienced. So as you find here, you see roughly, all of these categories of harm that were explicitly conveyed throughout the community listening sessions. And we actually have frequency shown down there at the bottom of the graph. And as you can see, again, these are the 5 most pervasive harms that were noted throughout the listening sessions. So educational opportunity, economic disenfranchisement, as you hopefully can see here. And then there's other harms as well that didn't necessarily come up as often, however, were significant enough to know and to definitely detail and highlight more, which again, we plan to do within the report. We have, again, food inaccessibility. So people, specifically detailing residing in food deserts, right? We have neighborhood and urban disinvestment, which, there were certain stories of people that relayed the fact that neighborhoods that they grew up in, that they still reside in, don't look the same. And specifically, there being less resource and opportunity there, just in general. So these are some things that we're gonna definitely explore. So I hope to go in depth on a few of these. I know we have a time constraint.
One moment, I want to inform my colleagues that Noel sent over this PowerPoint presentation to our emails in case we're having a little trouble seeing that from the screen. You can proceed.
Got you. No, thank you.
Oh, thank you, Member Javon Scott, for telling folks to send that over to us.
Most definitely.
Go ahead.
Okay, great. So again, the most profound finding had within the category of harms was actually educational and opportunity. And so it was actually this harm specifically that was quite prevalent. I mean, one thing I can say is within each of the listening sessions, it was at least noted at least 3 times within each one. So it was something that quite frequently, and the discussions had around it were pretty profound. And you'll see that again with block quotes and from the transcripts that we report. Essentially, the subcategories and sub-themes that opportunity were the lack of Black instructors in the classroom, right? Conversation around how this specifically relates to the experiences of Black children within the classroom, right? Their connectedness to learning, and specifically, their connectedness to learning as well as their experience within the classroom, right? Here are some of the other sub-themes that were identified which underpin this educational inopportunity. So we have a block quote here. Yeah, so another, again, major finding relative to the harms experienced by Black Californians is actually economic disenfranchisement. So with economic disenfranchisement, what really is central to this theme specifically is the fact that Black Californians widely relative to just remnant on having less financial means than their white non-Black counterparts. So again, that's represented here. What specifically came up quite frequently was, wage gaps. So we have the lack of comparable payment for forced labor outputs, in addition to lack of financial safety nets, in addition to just other areas which really underpin for just the quality of life as well as the experiences that Black Californians are able to have. On time, but again, another category, discriminatory policing and criminality. It's something that is more discussed, of course. However, these findings really depict an image that is quite frankly important for just state reps and people in law enforcement, just the wider scope of the community to know and understand. So a central category that we were tasked with investigating was the lack of, the level of support for reparations. Here we have 2 block quotes again, which kind of show you just differing levels of support for the initiative. And so we have quite a bit of to that. Again, then we have reparations solutions. So again, this is really getting at the question of what's going to serve as most beneficial for Black Californians, right? What types of opportunities, what types of supports, what type of just investments is truly gonna serve as a catalyst to bolster them as a community and also just increase their life prospects. So what we find here, again, financial compensation was most frequently noted, as well as community investments, educational opportunities, and so on. So for financial compensation and opportunities, what's interesting is quite frequent reference of cash payments as a form of reparations that would be useful and beneficial, in addition to other forms of financial relief, right? So tax relief, receiving tax credits and deductions for, specifically for, homes and for property. Property was actually a pretty huge theme that land ownership and property. And so again, as you can kind of see, some of these themes are kind of, they connect to one another and they're somewhat by one another. If you don't own or possess property or a home, right, you have no home ownership, then you're more than likely susceptible to, being housing insecure and not being able to provide for not just yourself, but for your family. And then that cycle just trickles down. So we see that as well. Again, we have investments towards sustaining Black community spaces. And so in a way, it almost reminded me of Dr. Brown, what you had mentioned about, really just the faith-based community and like that, being an integral part of the Black experience in America. This theme really speaks to essentially just the importance of investing into Black community spaces that really help us just seek refuge within our community. Again, we have some block quotes for resolutions as well. Employ you all to read them since you have a copy. Eligibility, again, this is just most common perspectives that emerge from the question of eligibility. And anytime reparations is mentioned, that's a commonly heard question that emerges. Again, we just felt like it would be very just insightful to just understand and just as it came up naturally to just capture and document what specifically are saying relative to significant trends. There were quite a few trends that fell outside of those 4 predominant categories that emerged. We have acknowledgement of Black community, right? So people specifically, referencing a sort of demand for a public apology, a demand for acknowledgement. We also have, again, a few others here, as you can see. So I'm gonna hand it off.
We'll turn over now to our analysis of personal testimony, and that will be presented by Chi Nwe.
Thank you all. I'll just begin by saying it's just a privilege to be here. And so my hope is to help paint the story of what the community members shared by allowing them to speak for themselves. So I have a couple of excerpts that I'll play for you all. To begin, I'm just going to tell you a little bit about data that we collected. So we collected personal testimony through a Box portal. So people were able to upload the information that they thought was relevant for the task force. So people shared photos, people shared audio recordings. And in total, we ended up getting 46 items. And again, it was that mix of different media. We also had participation predominantly from African Americans living within California, but we did have some participation from individuals who lived outside of state. We also had some participation by individuals who did not identify as African American. All of the material that was in audio or video form was transcribed, similar to what happened with the listening sessions. And then from there, we an analysis, which I'll talk about in just a moment. The other piece of personal testimony came from doing oral history interviews. So this was an opportunity to sit down with individuals and really have them tell us their story. Again, the focus was on African-American voices. So all of the members were African-American. We had 7 people participate in total, women, 3 men. Depending on the length of the testimony that provided, members were given an opportunity to do more than 1 interview. So in total, we did 11 interviews. All these interviews took place between August 4th and August 31st. So as Dr. Stoll said, a very tight turnaround. These were all California residents. And there was kind of a nice split between Northern California representation and Southern California representation. And the age range, I don't think I mentioned that, but the age range was between 38 to 88. Going through the methodology very quickly. So we used a very similar methodology to what was going on with the listening sessions. That is, we started with the baseline material. So for the personal testimony that was submitted via Box, that material generating transcripts for anything that was in audio form or video form. And then again, identifying these themes. So looking and saying, what words are repeated? What phrases are repeated? What are general ideas that multiple people are talking about? And from there, kind of organizing to figure out how do we then synthesize this information. For the oral history interviews, again, very similar. So we started by doing pre-interview, which was an opportunity for the interviewees to really the interview to say, these are the harms that I want to focus on. We really wanted to emphasize harm and being able to elaborate upon that through the interview. Again, wanting to show the extent of what it is that Black Americans have experienced. And so they helped define what the scope of their interview would be. We then did semi-structured interviews, so having an outline that was to. Once those interviews were conducted and they were transcript was generated, and then again, themes were identified. So getting into the findings, again, this is jumping back to the personal testimony that people uploaded via the box. It was rather interesting because most people focused on remedies and support for reparation. There wasn't as much depth relating to harms. There was some, but it seemed like people felt more comfortable speaking to what they thought reparation should look like. So very consistent with what we found in the community listening sessions. Financial compensation was a big one, especially direct payment. That also encompassed employment opportunities, which I'll talk about more when I get to the oral histories. But education was a big one where people felt like it was support for support systems for education and also having financial support for it. There was housing and land ownership was another big theme that people said was important. There was also lineage-based eligibility, which had predominant most of the respondents. And then I thought I did something. And then there was setting a precedent. Very, very interesting. And you'll be able to see more of this in the report. But there was this constant theme of what is being done here, just in considering the process of reparations. People wanted it to set a precedent for what's other states and at the federal level. As I mentioned, we had several participants who were actually not California residents. And so they shared their stories about why they thought that this was important to their state as well. Getting into the personal testimony, and like I said, I really want to be able to provide the space for these individuals to speak for themselves. So I've selected a couple excerpts to play for you all. I think that the tech team might have to play it for us. If you can click the first audio link.
Here are some questions I basically want to ask the California Task Force as it relates to reparations. I know that we constantly hear from media critics, what is a free state doing paying for reparations, or how can a free state be responsible for slavery, etc. Here are some questions we should consider. Did the state of California participate in the destruction of Black families who descend from the formerly enslaved? Did California participate in the economic deprivation of Black families who descend from the formerly enslaved? Lastly, was this state an accomplice to all three branches of our federal government in the state-sanctioned oppression experienced by those who are the descendants of the formerly enslaved generation after generation? If the answer is yes to these questions, then it's settled. We must establish a baseline based on the harms endured by a majority of those families.
Thank you. And I'll provide for context. We have 3 more clips that are going to be coming up, just in case it wasn't clear. The link below for anyone who needs support in reading it, in addition to hearing it, you can click that link and you can see the written transcript. To the findings from the oral history interviews, again, very consistent both with what was submitted via box and what was brought up in the community listening session. So employment, I'll begin by saying because we knew that the focus for the oral history interviews was harms, these are the main findings that I'm highlighting today, but there will be more extensive findings in the report. So employment, forced labor, business hardship. There are actually a number of the interviewees who spoke directly about either their descendant being enslaved in California or being connected, someone living in California who one descendant whose grandmother is still alive, was a sharecropper, and so he was able to bring in her testimony by sharing her story. Also, challenges related to business and employment generally. So I'll actually have a clip that highlights that, but accessibility, support systems, social networks, being given disproportionate amounts of work relative to compensation. Those are all things that continue to emerge through the interviews. There was also education and accessibility. I'll have a clip on that in a second, but particularly within higher education and professional education, there was a lot of discussion about how that has been challenging to either get admitted or it's been challenging to finance oneself through that process. There's also housing, particularly 2 of the really important themes that came up are inherited property and challenges around maintaining that inheritance. So there's a lot of discussion about heirs property, this idea that one family might have owned land, but over one individual ends up sharing of the land, it makes it a much more precarious position for the rest of the holders, because that one outside individual can force the sale of the land. And someone actually highlights that in their personal testimony. That'll be in the report. There's also failure to acknowledge the true history. That was a recurring theme, and that connected back to education, but it was even sort of a separate part from just like formal education, just this idea that there's a history that has been hidden. There's history that has not been accessible to people. So people talked about transparency of records and things of that nature. And then lastly, psychological and emotional trauma. And one of the clips like that for you. So I have 3 clips that I'm going to play for you. This first one is talking about higher education inaccessibility. And if you can cue up the clip for me, please.
And just to share, my wife is a nurse too. And so she ended up having high honors when she graduated from like the LVN nursing school, but she couldn't get into any RN programs in the state of California despite that. So she actually had to go to school in Idaho because they ended up just accepting her, like immediately. There's a process, but I mean, they saw, her experience and everything, and they accepted her. But she, like all the programs that she tried to apply for in the state of California, like she couldn't get in any despite having high honors. I think she had like the highest, the 4th or 3rd highest GPA of like her graduating class. So.
Your wife was trying to get into RN programs.
I think she tried. It was a process, so it was probably like a couple of years where she was trying different ones. I would say maybe between 2016 and 2017, because I believe she started in 2018 is when she actually started the program.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And had to go to Idaho for it.
Yeah, she did, and actually, because I wanted to make sure she was able to succeed at what she wanted to do. So while she was there, I had the kids meet here. Despite, and at that time I was working 2 full-time jobs. And so then I ended up just start working 1, but I was still working overtime and stuff. And so I had all 4 of the kids while she went to do what she actually wanted to do, so.
I hope that clip helps illustrate, again, some of the specific harms that people have experienced related to higher education accessibility, and really painting the picture of how it not only affects the individual, but the family unit, as the narrator expressed. He then was taking care of all 4 of his children while his wife was completing her RN program in a different state. Let me jump to the next clip, which is the theme of those employment hardships that I mentioned earlier. So this is one of the sub-themes, lack of social capital. So for context, this is someone who was born outside of California, but was moved to California when she was in her early 20s, and talking about the hardships that she experienced despite having college education and having a job lined up by the time she moved here. Next clip, please. Yeah.
I wasn't doing well. I was educated. I came here, I had a job when I came here. That job got to be weird because I didn't get a raise for 3 years. I don't think there was any other employee, honestly, that experienced that. The company that I work for, and because I don't want to be sued, but the company that I work for was a business management firm, and literally every person I think that won a Grammy in 1993 was rep by that firm. I had the senior partner tell me, and I was young, I was like 21, 22, maybe. It was the year after I graduated from college. I had the senior partner come to me and tell me, you are too smart. You're the kind of person who, if I train you, you're going to take everything you are going to learn and you're going to leave. So this man mentored many people. He had children that grew up to be actors that I knew when they were tiny little kids.
one of his sons became a talent manager, and he mentored people. But what I was told was that I was too smart. Who does that? And you don't raise for 3 years? And what profession in a profession that at that time people learned their job. So there were people doing my job that had just learned their job, but I actually understood accounting because I had an accounting degree. And you made a conscious effort to basically not teach me.
Okay, and we have our last clip, which is going to speak to, again, that psychological and emotional trauma that I said was one of the other emergent themes. Play the clip, please. Thank you.
And one of the things that you mentioned is in deciding to accept the settlement, you wanted to be able to be a mom again. To the degree that you feel comfortable, what ways did you find that focusing, working on your case took you away from being a mom?
Depression. I was very depressed. Unable or just failing to engage in the way and at the level that I did. I think when I had my daughter, one of the things that I always wanted her to know was that when she entered a room, that I was happy to see her, that I was joyful to see her, that her just entering a room would light me up and light up my life. And when I was going through this process, I found I was very unhappy, and that when she entered a room, I wasn't joyful. Just her presence would literally bring joy because I wanted this child so badly, and I had this beautiful baby. And so when I was going through this, just not engaging.
And for context with that, shared that she had actually been employed by the state of California and had filed a suit on the basis of racial and gender discrimination, and had been going through the lawsuit process and ultimately settled as a result of, again, this trauma, this having to give up the joy of just being joyful when her daughter would come into the room. And so I thought it was such a poignant clip to be able to share. I'll note that in the report, there will be a number of other clips that, similar to what's presented here, will be actually, you can hear them, because I think that some of the power of the testimony comes from the pauses and comes from them finding the word and hearing the voice go up and down. And so I want to say thank you so much for this opportunity. Pass it back to Dr. Stoll.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Elliot Woods. I will be presenting the results of our survey. And also I'm okay. So our survey was conducted from May 10th to June 6th for the state sample. And we concluded our survey for the community sample on August 31st, 2022. Residents. And for the community sample, we had 1,934 community members participate. Based on the questions we asked, we were able to establish 3 categories for measures, our main measures.
Can you explain the wide and community, please?
Yes, all right. So we did a statewide survey, which went out to the state as a whole, and then we conducted the same survey, listening sessions throughout the anchor organizations. So they are essentially the same survey, just conducted in different spaces. One was done by Lucid Holdings, which is a nonpartisan entity, and then the other one was the anchor organizations and their outlets. May I proceed? Yes. Thank you. So based on the survey questions, we were able to identify 3 main reparation measure categories. One would be direct cash. We have monetary, no cash, which includes business investments, college grants and scholarships, down payment assistance, debt forgiveness, housing, medical coverage, and universal basic income. We had an apology, education reform, and also monuments and restoration of seized property. Based on our findings, we show that there is support for reparations, and that support is strong for monetary no cash measures and non-monetary measures. As you're looking at the screen, you can see that direct cash has 64% throughout the state. Sorry about that. And then we have for non-monetary, we have 73%, and then for monetary no cash, we have 77% of statewide participants that voted in favor of. When we broke it down by race, we were able to significant differences in regards to what measures they did support based on race. And as we see, Black respondents had responded to the direct cash payment the most. For non-monetary and for monetary no cash, we saw consistency in regards to support, thus them being the ones that seem to be carrying measures that would be acceptable for those that in these surveys as reparations. Next slide. Okay, so again, we're just reiterating the fact that like throughout the survey, we saw the consistency of monetary, no cash, and non-monetary measures being supported by all, roughly 2/3 of the entire sample. And then for direct cash measures, we saw that the support was strongest within Black respondents and the Latinx respondents. Nearly half of white respondents did support direct cash, percent of Black respondents. When we were able to evaluate across the rest of the demographics, we were able to identify the same trend, which is monetary no cash measures have the strongest support. And this support is led by younger Californians, roughly those that are under the age of 45. Women overwhelmingly did support more than men. More educated, those with a bachelor's tended to support the monetary no cash. And then we also saw Democrats that were supportive of it, and to a lesser extent, we did see that independents had a significantly strong amount of support for monetary no cash and non-monetary measures. Next slide. When we were able to do an analysis across the community sample survey and the state sample, we were able to see that there were some distinctions in regards to the support for direct cash, monetary no cash, and non-monetary measures. The state sample shows 62%. And then we're going to look at direct cash from the community sample at 96%. It's fairly consistent throughout the state sample. We were able to, thank you. We were able to look at just the respondents from the state sample that were Black, and we saw some consistency in regards to direct cash support. We also saw for the monetary no cash support that it was fairly consistent as well. There was a little bit more support when we look at the state sample. They were a little bit closer in regards to support for the measures. And non-monetary, again, we saw the same consistency. We do see that Black respondents were favoring a lot of monetary, no cash, and non-monetary measures. Next slide. We looked into the question of eligibility just to get to public sentiment in regards to their positions on it. And we're able to show the results here. We'll go to the next slide. So our findings essentially ended up showing that there is support for lineage-based descendants reparations, and we saw it supported more often within the community listening sessions from those participants. But between the state sample and the state sample of respondents that were Black, and also with the community sample, we saw a similar level of support. And now for your time.
So just to conclude very briefly, I wanted to provide what we think are the key takeaways. So we examine community engagement through these three distinct different ways: through documenting what went on in community listening sessions, through personal testimony as analyzed from the uploaded testimony in the Bunch Center portal for the task force, as well as qualitative interviews with community listening session participants and others. And finally, the third avenue of inquiry was from a statewide representative sample of California. This was a representative sample of Californians, and the survey of those who participated in community listening sessions. And by and large, through each of those different areas of inquiry, we converge on what we think is common themes, knowledge, and conclusions around questions of harm, questions of reparation support, questions of the types of reparation support, as well as, to a lesser extent, questions about who should be eligible. What the key takeaways from all three of these different areas of inquiry are that this project really documents that there is a significant to people experiencing racially based community, and we're not even able to get into the interactions between African Americans in the criminal justice system or the healthcare system to really elevate what those harms may be experienced by members of the state of California. And what is also clear is that people also note that not only did they experience them, but experience these harms, but that they've substantially reduced their quality of life in measurable but in very different ways. The community and all, in particular through the community listening sessions and our personal testimony and qualitative interviews, all desire acknowledgement of these harms, all desire of the extreme, disproportionate, and historically unique experiences of African Americans, even in California, and they all uniformly want remedy of some sort. Those harms are uniquely identified in all of the inquiries. The biggest of these is education inequities and opportunity. Question about home and land ownership and whether or not that land ownership or home ownership has been impacted by racial discrimination or other measures that are influenced by race and economic measures. So those were the three main areas of harm. Surprisingly or unsurprisingly, when people talk about what should be done, uniformly they talk about remedies in education, in home markets, land markets, and in economic markets broadly writ, be it business entrepreneurial loans, be it mortgage-based relief, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Though there are still strong sentiments around direct cash compensation. The reason why we examine survey response for support of direct cash compensation as opposed, for example, monetary measures that don't include cash is because nationally, when most people are asked whether or not they support reparations, almost 99.9% of the cases, respondents, especially non-Black respondents, correlate reparations with direct cash transfers. No, well, yes. And what happens when you survey them on support broadly outside is that when people see reparations tied with nationally, support for reparations goes down. In our survey, what we wanted to do, which was unique, is to add monetary measures that don't include cash, but that essentially could be also financial transfers, which from an accounting standpoint might be equivalent. Once you frame reparations around a broader set of remedies that include monetary measures, support for reparations, particularly outside of the African American community, goes up. That's a descriptive observation that we see from the survey. Still, even in California, majority of Californians support direct cash remedies to compensate for harms to African Americans, but there's stronger support as measured by the survey for monetary measures that don't include cash, that also include financial transfers. But still, these monetary measures are driven by very strong support across the board in California for educational interventions, universal basic income, housing support, and business investment. When we submit our report, we'll be able to identify those exact measures and their level of support in California, which we're able to group here, but in our report, we'll disaggregate them more finally so you can see what areas of support have broad support in California. Again, all of the inquiries seem to have convergence in understanding across our different areas. Who should be eligible for reparations differs in the state sample, and for the state sample of African Americans, whether it's opposed to all Black people. Those are the two modal responses by Californians generally and by African Americans in that sample. For the community listening session sample, which is 90% African, those who went to the listening sessions, overwhelming numbers, a clear supermajority of support lineage-based reparations. Thank you. We're ready to be a partner with you in this effort, and we hope that this community engagement project for the task force serves as important information as you deliberate reparations proposals going forward.
Thank you so much, Professor Stoll and the UCLA Bunn Center for this work. Does anyone have any comments or questions? I have one clarifying question. So when did you say the report, you're going to publish the report? When did you say? The 30th of this month, right?
Yeah, September 30th is the due
Okay, I
date
just
for
wanted
the
to make sure. I thought you said December. I was like, wait, no. The contract says
We can
September.
agree that December could be the deadline.
No, I was just wanted to know if you were asking for an extension or something. So, okay. So as defined by the contract, it's going to be ready by the end of this month. All right, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Amber Girls?
Kind of to your point, I just want to commend the Bunch team for those who do research. You have to understand, this is a Herculean effort to get even to this point of a PowerPoint. If the data collection didn't end until August 31st, then you've got quantitative data that has to be cleaned, prepped for analysis, go through analysis, and then turn it into some kind of digestible pieces of information. And the qualitative data analysis is even more complicated and more time consuming. So I have to commend you. This is not typical, this kind of turnaround. And I appreciate the fact that you were able to do that and do it so comprehensively. Thank you.
Yes, Member Jones Sawyer, you're recognized.
It is on. And I also want to make sure we commend the young people, the young African Americans who worked on this. I know adults with much more experience and many more degrees that haven't produced this kind of quality work. And so Professor Stall's, your mentorship and your leadership has shown in these three students, and I commend each of them, and we should definitely give them a round of applause. Thank you. And this is from an SC grad, so.
Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Task Force. I too commend the science in the research, and for the engagement of the panel. And, no, I didn't say but, and I still contend, in order that your universe is not skewed, that base that I mentioned of the Black community has to be involved in any further deliberations, or else we will be exclusionary. And that's what we've been accusing the oppressors of, being exclusionary. We need to be inclusive as we go forward. We will differ, yes, but we must not exclude the humanity of anybody in our community if we're going to be successful. The other thing I would like to say is that I found it, I'm not gloating here, but I found it to be very much that I must have been on the right wavelength. I've said all along that the best expression of reparations should be lineage-based. And your study, your survey, I know this was a beginning point, but your survey revealed the same. And there's no time for us to gloat over who won in the vote. It's time for us to be united. And go forward with this measure. And as I said earlier, if we can pat our heads, rub our bellies, at the same time, we don't have to wait and extend this process. We can still have the vision further. There's one room that's never filled, and that's the room for improvement. That's one room that's never filled. It's the room for improvement. Remember Dr. King's first book, his autobiography, was entitled Strides Toward Freedom. And we made a major stride toward get it out of my tongue, reparations in this process. And I commend you to the highest. So hold your hope, keep going, and let's stay together.
Thank you, Pastor Brown. Just for the record, I want to share that there was not exclusion of either the civil rights organizations or the faith-based community. And in fact, Black Equity Initiative actually includes the faith-based community. And they did do outreach to them. I also want to say that I personally did outreach to faith-based communities, to churches, to Black churches, and asked them to get involved. And I know that I saw them putting announcements in their Sunday service program books about the task force, about the interim report, and about this particular task force hearing. I also want to say that there was outreach to the national civil rights organizations and their local chapters. I personally sent personalized emails to about 30 to 40 civil rights and national Black organizations, including the NAACP, the Urban League, National Action Network, and more. None of them responded except the Black social workers and the Association of Black Psychologists, to participate in listening sessions, to get the word out, to form study groups. I even reached out to Mark Morial and asked him, could he pull together the national civil rights organizations that cut across racial groups to take on the reparations issue? No response. So there has been an effort. It has not been overlooked.
John Doe, if there's anybody who knows the national network of the faith community and the civil rights community, I do. And the basic point that I'm making, that in this state of California, there was no reaching out for the representation of the organization that they cited at the beginning. So there's no attack on you. Maybe you made some effort, but I'm saying in terms of the person I know, and I was on a call just this past week with 42 pastors, 42, right here in this area. And they did not know about what was going on today. Now, so we don't need to debate it, but the point I'm making is that we got to make sure that we let people know that we really want them to be involved. And many times you do it, as the great communicators indicate, you do it 2 or 3 ways: through the written, through the oral, and through the visual, if you really want them involved.
Member Javon Scott Lewis, you
Thank you.
recognized.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
First of all, thank you for your work. I really appreciate it, and for really helping to bring a broad perspective of the community to us today. I have a question about the harms experience slide. I think it's slide number 15. Just a clarifying point, you might have mentioned it and I missed it, and I apologize if I did. So were these harms generated from the samples themselves or from the communities, or were these provided as options in the survey?
So for these harms specifically, these were obtained from directly individuals within the community listening sessions, participants who, when asked, one of our primary guiding research questions had listed these sorts of things. So yeah, they weren't predetermined, they were just emergent.
That's helpful. So the reason why I'm asking is I'm going back to our earlier discussion about the scope of work for the economists. And, so these 5 harms really do comport with what the economists identified as the areas that they can, reliably account for. But, with the addition of the educational component, which Member Grills rightly brought up. So I think I just wanted to say that there's a nice, conjoining here of what you found in the community and what the economics team is able to really address, right now. And so I think it's good for us to continue to refocus on those areas. That was the question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
I just wanted to say that I'm also looking forward to the written report, because I think that there's a lot of nuance in the findings, particularly around the issues of forms of reparations, eligibility, et cetera, and that there's a lot of important implications of what some of this data has said in terms of how we move forward. So I don't think it's a cut and dry, and I don't think it's an all or none, and that we would do well to really do some thinking, deep thinking about what we see when we get the written report.
Thank you. Okay, well, thank you all so much. We're going to go to the next agenda item, which...
Thanks again.
Yes, thank you so much. On the next agenda item, which is communication strategy, me and Member Grills serve on that advisory committee. So I'll take it to Member Grills if you want to share our update.
And Professor Stoll, don't go far in case
in
case there's a question that you can better answer than I. So in terms of updates regarding communications, there has been another firm identified. That particular firm has gone through all but the final stage of being ready to start working. We had hoped that it would have happened prior to this particular task force meeting. But Professor Stoll, maybe you can explain the step that we're at now and what the potential time projection is.
Yeah, we had identified, successfully began contracting with the communications firm who will come on board in early July. And we just got word on Friday, a week from today, a week past from today, that they were approved both as a vendor and their PO status, and we were just waiting for them to get their PO to sign it so that they could begin work. So they're probably searching their email every day to get that final PO to sign off, and they're ready to rock and roll. Once that happens, then obviously they will communicate with you on what would be the ongoing communication strategy and effort for the task force.
So other than that, there's really nothing else to report on in terms of communications until we can onboard a communications firm. But I think it is very clear that we desperately need one, particularly to help promote the interim report, to help begin increasing the visibility of the task force's work, including to civil rights and faith-based. I think that would have helped to have them on board. And so we're looking forward to perhaps getting this on track soon.
Me too.
All right, thank you. Member Bradford, you're recognized.
Is there a website that is specifically dedicated to the reparations task force, separate and apart from DOJ? I think that's needs to be built out if it doesn't exist. That's critical because that's all I hear all the time is when's the next meeting? How do I get information? So I think that should be part.
Yeah, there's a website that it was tied specifically to the community engagement process. The communications firm would have the responsibility of developing and managing a website generally covering the activities of the task force.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Member Grills, and thank you again, Professor Stoll. So we'll now go to the next item on the agenda, which is item number 11, discussion and potential action item, leadership roles and assignments for part 2 of the task force. And I'll turn to the DOJ now for facilitation.
Thank you very much. So this agenda item is in recognition of the fact that we are, I'll just take my mask off. In recognition of the fact that we are midway, we've completed report 1, and as you are seeing as this meeting proceeds, report 2 is going to require a lot of involvement from the task force in terms of working through all of these very complex issues that we'll be working through with the experts. We thought it made sense to agendize a point in the agenda where we could discuss the roles and assignments for the second part of the task force. Right now, we have a number of different advisory committees that are handling a number of different topics. First and foremost is if there's any desire to revisit those advisory committee assignments, that informed by the fact that it is our recommendation, and we'll talk about this more as we go through the future meeting schedule tomorrow, but it is our recommendation that the task force make a decision in terms of assigning out 2 members of the task force or 2 advisory committees of the task force the various different issues. You've heard the experts speak to 5 areas of harm. There's also a number of issues that are still remaining to be addressed, including apology, public education about the task force's work. We'll talk about our recommendation around doing some kind of public education campaign for students through development of a curriculum that can be used to teach the task force report and other issues. So there are a number of different roles in which the task force, a number of you have expressed interest in being involved. We also have, obviously, as we've heard, a strong desire from the expert team to have different involvement in different specific issues, not necessarily the overall work that Member Lewis and Chair Moore are working on, but the different individual action items. So Member Grills mentioned education. Would you want to have an education advisory committee that would focus on that issue? Do you want to have an apology advisory committee that would work on what that should look like? So it's really we created space on the agenda in order for the task force members to have a discussion about what you'd like to do. You can vote on it. It is agendized to allow for a vote for nominations of different advisory committees. You could also have the conversation tomorrow about what the future meeting agenda looks like for the task force and potentially key the advisory committees or individuals designated for different tasks to the meeting plan so that advisory committees or individuals can report out and have a schedule. Essentially, that meeting plan could also be when members are reporting out on their substantive subject.
So what, before I volunteer for the committee, what will it entail? For example, I'm thinking of criminal justice, public safety, incarceration. Since I am the chair of public safety, that might be something me and me possibly, I don't mean to volunteer, Mr. Bradford, but we both are chairs of public safety. And so we have chairs of public safety here with staff that can help work on this, which would also help alleviate maybe some workload on you and the DOJ staff. And so what kind of workload are we talking a workload help? Or are we talking all of the above? Input with our knowledge of what the criminal justice, they were talking about incarceration rates and things of that nature. I can get that for this committee where you wouldn't have to strain to get that information on a statewide basis and on a local basis, as Mr. Bradford could do too.
Well, it's an excellent point. So it's not exactly that, but we definitely will be looking forward to your assistance in terms of getting data through the legislature, through the state archives and other things. So we're definitely looking for that. What this is really more looking at, obviously there's a finite number of meetings we can have before the deadline for the report. And this is a lot of work. And under the Bagley-Keene Act, the work of the task force is happening at these public meetings. This would really allow for one or two members to work with DOJ staff and the experts in working through the various issues that need to actually be worked through and then coming back to the task force with a recommendation. For example, if we took education, there is a need in the second report. There's recommendations about education that are in interim report 1. Then if you wanted to talk about what the cost of those harms are, working with the expert to develop the data that is necessary to substantiate those costs, what those costs are, and then what the potential reparations for that would look like, rather than just having the experts and DOJ staff doing that on our own, having active involvement sort of on the ground as we're working through it from one or two task force members, and then having, when we come back to the task force to finalize recommendations and essentially the contents of report 2, maybe that member of the task force will be able to present that issue to the task force. In other words, a little slightly different from what we did with report 1, where we were reporting back on the contents of the outlines, because that was really fact-based and legal-based. As I've mentioned a couple of times, this second part of the report is going to involve a lot of decision-making by the task force. And so some of that preliminary decision-making would be useful to have on the ground with DOJ staff and the experts as we work through the issues. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Well, I will say that tomorrow we will be discussing in depth, and I say we're having essentially a primer on international law and human rights law. Because if you look at AB 3121, which created the Reparations Task Force, it mandates that our final recommendations comport with international human rights law standards. And so tomorrow you'll be hearing from expert witnesses who will be educating members of the task force, including myself and members of the public, around the forms of reparations under international law. We briefly touched on this topic at our first substantive hearing, literally 1 year exactly ago, September 23rd and 24th, 22nd and 23rd of last year, where we invited Cam Howard to educate us about human rights, because I think he was one of the people who put that language into HR 40, which is based on AB 3121. So I say all that to say, in the event that we do subcommittees or advisory committees around discovering what our recommendations will be, I think if we do that, because we had a conversation, me, member Jovan Scott Lewis, in our future hearing proposal advisory committee about whether that's a good idea or not. Should we all, as 9-member task force, just come up with the recommendations together, or should we kind of outsource and do these subcommittees or advisory committees? If we do these subcommittees or advisory committees, I do think in terms of structure, it would be helpful to structure them around the different forms of reparations under international law. So there's already under international law, there's 5 forms of reparations: compensation, restitution, rehabilitation, satisfaction, and guarantees of non-repetition. So there's already, in a way, a compensation advisory committee, which consists of myself and member Jovan Scott Lewis. We've been working with the economists over the summer. Based on what I think member Reggie Jones Sawyer is saying, as someone who's an expert in criminal justice and public safety, as well as member Bradford, that could look like an advisory committee on guarantees of non-repetition. And so what that would look like is, maybe tomorrow at our next hearing, we come up with these advisory committees in advance of, and this will make more sense tomorrow when me and member Jovan Scott Lewis actually present our future hearing proposal. What it would potentially look like, and I'm just thinking out loud, is today or tomorrow or in our next hearing, we'll come up with these advisory subcommittees based on the 5 forms of reparations under international law. And in that way, we already know upfront who's working on each form. And then the rest of the hearings will be based on these actual forms of reparations under international law. And in that way, we already know we have some assurance that there are task force members who have already been working on, alongside the DOJ and whoever else, on formulating what preliminary recommendations might look like for each of those forms of reparations. And then in our actual hearing, as the 9 members, we can, hear what each committee has to say and then come up with the final plan together as a group. I hope that makes sense, but I wanted to get your feedback on that.
That is like a thing. I don't know. So I agree with you that we should try to designate, further, subgroups, subcommittees to work on a range of issues. I think, we will know better tomorrow what exactly some of those areas will be. I think there's a sense that we may want to take the literal text of AB 3121 and try to assign responsibility that way. But then there are also a whole host of other issues that we need to kind of decide on. And so I'm not really quite sure yet if I feel we are prepared to assign responsibilities, because I don't think we fully appreciate the scope of what we still need to do. And so, I think by tomorrow we should hopefully know a little bit more. I know tomorrow, I know there's a big gap between tomorrow and the next time that we meet, and I understand the urgency of trying to get some things, on the book, so to speak. But I think we need a bit more clarity as to what we are hoping to accomplish. And I think hearing at least a little bit about these different models will give us some idea. And then I think at that point we can know better what we think we can do collectively and then as these smaller units.
Agreed. All right, any other comments on this? So yeah, I agree. After we receive a primer from the expert witnesses and after member Jovan Scott Lewis and I give a presentation on what future hearings could look like, I think we'll be in a better position collectively to start assigning roles.
And just if it's helpful for everyone to think about, just to be a little clearer about exactly where we are, just as a starting point. Obviously, as you're saying, remember, Louis, this is going to be an ongoing conversation, but just to make the very concrete issues that are sort of ready now or would be ready based on this conversation tomorrow. What we can think of in terms of concrete roles would be the question of how do you educate California's public? That's in the statute. That's one of the issues. The question of how and what form an apology should take, that's another issue. And then recapping what we heard from the experts, depending on how you want to address this tomorrow, the 5 harms and atrocities: the unjust property takings by eminent domain, devaluation of Black businesses, housing discrimination and houselessness, disproportionate Black mass incarceration and over-policing, and health harms. And I guess I would also probably add to that education. I know that that's something that came up in the surveys and was mentioned today. So those are sort of the 8 areas off the top of my head and off of the materials you have before you that would be ripe for starting to take action again, so we can meet the deadline of June 2023.
So do you think we might be able to make some preliminary decisions around, if not decisions, about, this allocation of responsibilities during unfinished business tomorrow? Would that be an appropriate time to do that?
Yes, absolutely. You'll like you said, you'll discuss it. I just wanted to mention those so everyone can think about it overnight.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify, the concrete roles that we can start assigning as soon as tomorrow: educating California public what a formal apology from the state of California might look like, compensation related to the 5 harms and atrocities outlined by The Economist, including education. Was there anything else?
Well, no, not right now. I mean, one of the things that you'll talk about tomorrow is, we have those 5 areas, 5 harms, 5 areas of atrocities. Obviously, the statute includes a lot of other areas. The report talked about a lot of other areas. So it'll be, the task force will have to vote and decide when you schedule the meetings, how many of those do you want to take on? All of those? Is that something we have to work with our experts on? Because they've identified these, but that's based on the readily available data. So if you have those other harms get addressed or how they get addressed, we'll have to figure out what other types of remedies will come into play on those if there's not data for straight reparations or something like that.
Madam Chair, members of the task force, do we feel that we should more explicitly deal with how these African-American communities, we just touched on it here, but South Central, the Fillmore, those were watering holes where we celebrated our culture and our history. I think we need to be more specific, because also Allensworth, we should be specific. And these areas were torn up, bulldozed, and we were pushed out by public policy, all of them. And we have the evidence of that. We don't have to go way back to bring up the facts.
Thank you for that. As an international law scholar, the things that we need concrete roles on, I'm just seeing, for instance, educating for California public. That's something that the Communications Advisory Committee could work on. Formal apology, that is a form of reparations under satisfaction. So there could be a whole group who's maybe interested in figuring out what the symbolic forms of reparations might look like, including a formal apology. As I said, the 5 harms and atrocities is related to compensation, which is a form of reparations on international law, and Jovan and I are already working on that. I just brought that up to say what you just mentioned in terms of a historic watering holes, Bruce's Beach, South Central LA, Fillmore. Under international law, when we're talking about, the accounting of stolen land, right? That is restitution. Restitution is one of the 5 forms of reparations under international law. So, if you're passionate about that, I'm just thinking ahead. that could be a advisory committee, figuring out what restitution looks like for our historic Black watering holes, and that's something that you could potentially lead. Okay, well, thank you. Is there any other comments or questions? All right. Hearing no other comments or questions, the last item on our agenda before we recess until the next day, tomorrow, is Department of Justice update.
Thank you, Chair Moore. My comments will be brief. I just wanted to acknowledge, before we left and adjourned in April, our legislature was preparing for the budget for the 2022-2023 fiscal year. As many of you know, when the Reparations Task Force was first assembled, there was no funding attached to it. And so it was, again, the Department of Justice and Attorney General Bonta who made sure that the task force had the resources that were needed in order to get us through this year. Thankfully, the legislature did fund the task force in the 2022-2023 budget, largely due to the efforts of Assemblymember Joan Sawyer, who was on that subcommittee, to make sure that not only did we get the funds to compensate DOJ for the contracts and all of the things that we'd entered into the previous year, but to make sure that the task force was fully funded for the 2022-2023 year. So we thank you for yours and for Senator Bradford's support in the legislature to make sure that we are resourced and able to keep up with all of the work that needs to be done. I also wanted to just briefly mention that Michael Newman and I had the honor and the privilege of being asked to be part of the delegation that appeared before the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Race Discrimination. Attorney General Bonta was invited to attend, and he sent us in his stead. And so we traveled to Geneva, Switzerland with the United States delegation. It's a convention that is required of all member states to establish compliance with efforts that every nation is doing to eradicate race discrimination. And we had not attended this delegation, as many may know, with different changes in political administrations, but we were fortunate to return under the Biden administration. And California was specifically asked, along with the city of Atlanta, as the two local jurisdictions to be part of this delegation, to talk about the work that's being done in California to eradicate race discrimination. And needless to say, reparations was a hot topic amongst civil society and the members of the United Nations Committee. I will let the task force know that your work is certainly not going unnoticed. It was quite of a popular conversation, and although we certainly would like the federal government to take a lead in this area, it was noted that California is setting the pace for others to follow. And they were very commended the work that was being done by this task force, not only in civil society, but by members of the United Nations Committee from all over the world. The committee is currently chaired by Vereen Shepherd of Jamaica, who is the director of the Center for Reparation Research at the University of West Indies. And Dr. Faith Taluka of South Africa served as the lead country rapporteur. Both were very commendatory. I teased Dr. Brown earlier and said he's an international star because his name came up several times from members who had attended this convention. So again, Chair Moore and I had a conversation about this. I have reached out to U.S. Ambassador to the Human Rights Council, Michelle Taylor, and Desiree Cormier-Smith, who is the Special Representative for Racial Equity and Justice at the U.S. State Department, to see if they can attend a hearing in the future to talk about some of these issues and to, again, recognize and offer support for the work that's being done here. So thank you again for all of the work that you're doing. And it certainly was a pleasure and an honor to elevate this work internationally before the UN. And I'm sorry, Michael's reminding me, the entire report was submitted as part of the US report to the UN, not only initially, but in the supplemental report that followed from the questions that were asked during the conference. So again, well done.
I think one last thing I'll add is that for the first time, the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination is calling on the United States government to begin the process of providing reparations to descendants of an enslaved people. And that would not have been the case if these two men did not go to Geneva, Switzerland to make that case. So thank you so much. Okay. So one last thing, if you all can announce where the room will be tomorrow. Do we know?
In the Muses Room, which is the building just outside these doors, that way.
Okay, thank you.
Hopefully everyone saw my.
The Muses Room right outside, across from the Rose Garden, the Muses Room.
Somebody will be here tomorrow. Somebody will direct track tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, but is the Muses Room different than the Wallace Annenberg Room? Because the Wallace Annenberg Room is it's the same. Okay. So the Muses / okay, great. And there'll be some people here to assist. Thank you all so much for your patience. Thank you all for the public comment. I'm happy to see you all here, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you. It's recess.